Oh, hello, hello. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Today we're going to be carrying on Final Fantasy XIV. So, give me a second. Everything is good to go. Alright. So I need to do the tank role quests, I think, for, what's it, 87 and 88? Um... Alright, here we are. Yeah, I hit 88 on Warrior, so... my leveling is insanely fast right now. I'll be all 90 before you know it if I keep playing every day. But I do have other games I want to play, so I eventually want to get around to Cyberpunk, and I want to do another playthrough of Detroit Become Human as well. Meh, meh, meh. And obviously I won't be able to get them past 80 because my Crafton's Gatherers are not. They're all 80 plus. They're all 80, sorry, at the moment. I'll try and cap them just before 81 at least. And I might have to gear them up to then do the level 80 role quests. Or ventures. Okay, 2 more. Hey Joshua, good morning. How you doing? I was able to change my appointment for the optician. I'm actually going tomorrow at noon to the optician. Rather than waiting like 2 weeks. It doesn't mean I'll get my glasses tomorrow, but you know, I'll at least hopefully order them. Leather, materia, silver. Cooking and herbs. Yeah. So tomorrow at noon, hopefully that'll be the end of it. I mean, I'll have to go again probably a few days later to go and pick them up. Because, you know, they need to fit them for me. But, yeah. That'll be a good day. It'll be in and out, literally just wear them, make sure they fit, and then just leave. And it's hopefully a process I won't have to repeat for like a decade. I think I put this the wrong one. Yeah, how are you? Lever. Okay, alright. I'm gonna quickly go to the gold saucer, and then I'm gonna go do those, what's it called? Those quests. The 87 and 88 role quests for tank. Get them out the way. Ah. Then after that, I'll see. I should have time for the Pixies. Yeah, I've got like nearly 2 hours for the Pixies. I'll do the Pixies after. Better, Dad's being moved to hospice. Oh, any reason? Where's Rad's at hand? There it is. Maybe I need to just use the history tab more often. Congested heart failure. That sucks. I hope it gets better. Is it hereditary? Is it something that you need to be careful of? Because every time I'm... oh, it's not in... It's actually in Gridania, isn't it? Every time my mum has any issues, I get worried because I get nearly everything from my mum. So any allergies, any problems. If she says something, like I'm like, yep, that's me in the future, if not now. For a second, I'm checking something. Yeah, for sure. Alright. I'm gonna do the 87 quest, and then I'm gonna do the 88 quest. So, as per always, I think recording videos at the beginning of the stream is a good idea. Like, allow people to fill in. Alright, so recording in 3, 2, 1. And we're back for another episode. In this episode, we're going to be doing the level 87 tank role quest in Final Fantasy XIV. And as always, hello from Mithrie. So we are here in Gridania at the Adder's Nest, and we need to talk to the Keeper of the Entwined Serpents. And the quest is called A Gift Undone. The tired eyes and slumped shoulders of the Keeper of the Entwined Serpents bespeaks wariness. The situation has worsened since we last spoke. Glyfnir grows bolder in his attacks, and the conjurers are spread thin in their efforts to attend the victims. Moreover, we are no closer to finding a means to counteract the blasphemy's poison. With no choice but to wait until death claims them, some are overwhelmed by hopelessness, becoming mad beasts that lash out at their former countrymen. Such tragedies are all too easily beget further tragedy, as bereaved loved ones are in turn overcome and share in the horrid fate. The people speak of these incidents in hushed whispers, afraid that at any moment a monster might appear within their midst. You must slay Glyfnir without further notice. Indeed, let's hope that the Elder Seedseer's efforts to enlist the aid of the elementals are successful, and that united we may at least cleanse the Twelswood of this evil once and for all. Urgent news, Mithrie. Glyfnir has ambushed a party of wood whalers. They are engaged with the blasphemy at the Guardian Tree, where the Great One slumbers. This bodes ill. Has it divined the Elder Seedseer's intent? Is it intending to prevent her from communing with the elementals? Bah, in any event, we cannot let Glyfnir harm the tree. The Elder Seedseer bade us rendezvous with her at Sorrel Haven. We leave at once. Alright, let's go to the location. Okay, stop recording. Path Part 1. Did you see a game called V Rising? Do you have any opinion on it? Sorry. My grandma died from it, and my uncle, his younger brother. I don't know about anyone else. Most have liver disease. Yeah. I mean, I think probably all of your relatives have a risk of it. You don't necessarily have to have it. But if it's in the family tree, because that's what doctors ask, isn't it? It's like any family history of insert disease here. So thankfully, for example, in my family, there isn't any history of cancer or anything like that. Or diabetes. God, it's dark. But at least, because there's something that, funny enough, I was talking to Mum about a few times. At least we live in a day and age where we have modern, I say modern with quote fingers, medicine and the ability to care. Like, imagine we lived in the caveman days and you didn't even know what was wrong. That'd be much worse. We're lucky in that sense. Alright, so recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we made it to the destination. Let's examine. So, bad arms and armor are strewn across the ground, and there is no other trace of man or blasphemy. Okay. I would say warriors actually really overpower this expansion. Alright, let's examine again. I see. I think I know what happened here, though I pray that I am wrong. There is no sign of the wood whalers save their arms and armor. Seasoned soldiers would never cast aside their equipment, but here it lies, and I see not a single body. In the face of certain death, even the bravest among us can succumb to despair. Before the blasphemy's poison took them, they transformed. So, Glyfnir could not have gone far. He may be watching us even now. Be on your guard. The air is thick with corruption. If the wood whalers succumb to a man, then we can expect a hard fight. Though I dread the thought of hurting our brave soldiers, we cannot allow the creatures they have become to roam free. Let's form two groups to more quickly track down and kill the beast. Once we have finished, we shall regroup under the boughs of the guardian tree. Alright, so let's go to each destination. Okay, stop recording. Yeah, I hear you, Joshua. It's a good thing to be conscious of these things. Anything you could do. But yeah, obviously, health matters the most. More than anything. Because without health, you can't do really anything else. You can't even take care of other people. Alright, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, made it to the first place. Let's examine. Okay. The mob around. Yep. Blasphemy there. That was quick. Alright, let's go to the next one. Yeah, Warrior really feels really OP, in terms of damage anyway. I would still say that Paladin is more tankier, because, you know, Paladin's got the shield and more defensive cooldowns. But I think Warrior's more fun to play, and that's been the case for literally years now. It's quite warm in here. Let me put the AC on. It's already 30°C. Give me a sec. Dark first, Gunbreaker second, Paladin fourth. Ah, crystal. I'll get to them, but like I said, next I'm going to do Bard. Alright, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we made it to the next one. Okay, there's another one. Alright. Let's go to the final destination. Okay, stop recording. Part 4. But yeah, it has definitely been useful for me as a YouTuber to record this in little bits and then piece it together. I mean, technically I probably should have been doing that the entire time I've been a YouTuber. But, you know, I never took a class. Been making up as I go along. Alright. So, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we made it to the last one. Let's examine. So, you have laid the rest of the last of the turned whalers. Reunite with your companions at Evershade. Okay, let's catch up with them. I mean, I don't mind them being in like 20-30 second blocks, because when I do the gaming news, each gaming news story is 20 seconds to a minute max. So I'm used to piecing together small videos, except obviously with the gaming news, I you know, put in a lot of effort with the editing. I don't know if you saw the gaming news today, but they announced that Final Fantasy XV had just reached 10 million sold. I think what I care about mostly is the timing of the announcement. So maybe we'll get 16 news soon. I think they're basically saying that 15 was a success, bring on 16. I think that's what they were saying. Anyway, so recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we made it here. Let's examine. See, there's a fate nearby. So our work is done then. The loss of so many brave souls is tragic, but now they are at peace, and the Guardian Tree is safe. Let us take comfort in that. I but pray that the Great One will hear my plea. Elder Cetia, are you hurt? The Great One is filled with fear, an all-consuming fear unlike any I have ever felt. It spoke unto me, and its words were clarion. Drive the evil away, drive the evil away. It can think of naught else, and so we will not receive the aid we seek, not until we can dispel the dread that claws at the forest's very heart. Oh, this was our last hope. We are not alone. Uh-oh. What's up? Oh, it's a behemoth-style blasphemy. So, there can be no mistake. This is a profane beast, a blasphemy that has mired the Twelveswood in despair. Glyphnir. Stay back. It makes for the Guardian Tree. We must stop it. The poison. You mustn't let it touch you. Such fearsome strength. Uh-oh. Is he going to cast Meteor? Now? Really? So in accordance with our covenant, we Pajal had been blessed by the elementals. From the moment we are chosen, we are bound to act as mediators between man and nature. The most skilled among us are honored as Cetias, and it is their duty to guide Gridania through times both poor and prosperous. I cannot say which of you will be found more worthy. In my estimation, you both have the potential to become Cetias. Of that, I become more certain by the day. But I don't want to be a Cetia. I never wanted to be a Pajal either. I never asked for any of this. Why can't I live a normal life like everyone else? How come I don't get to grow old? Why was I cursed with these ugly haunts? I like them, and maybe we didn't choose to be born this way, but I don't think it makes us that different from everyone else. It's a rare gift, a blessing even, and if we can use it to help others, then we should. Don't give up on becoming a Cetia, Kani. We'd all be worse for it. A blessing? I never thought of it that way. I suppose I just hated not having a choice. But maybe you're right. Uh-oh. Kani. But Glivnir is one of the Pajal. Is the other girl. The matron is merciful. The elder seer has fallen unconscious, but is otherwise unharmed. The blasphemy must not have touched her, for I do not see the telltale mark of poison. Still, I am no healer, and she should be looked after by those who are. I shall carry her back to Gridania. We must leave before Glyphnia returns. Await me at the Adder's Nest. Alrighty. So allow me to thank you again for your assistance. The Elder Seer has been delivered into the care of E. Samiyan, and by the grace of the elementals will she make a full recovery. In fact, she has already regained consciousness, but is not yet allowed to receive visitors. We can but wait for now. God damn it, I was useless. I could do nothing with while the Elder Seer faced Glyphnia alone. I was to be her shield. That I stand before you while she lies abed is proof of my failure. She shouldn't have wanted you to throw your life away. Kani-sana lives well, and still she requires your protection. You truly are the hero of whom the bards sing, aren't you? You've suffered terrible trials, yet still you stand tall and resolute. Thank you for your counsel. How close I came to forgetting the lessons of my past. I've spoken of it to few, truth be told, and it brings me shame to recall it. I fought Akartano, not as a soldier of the Eorzean Alliance, but as a conscript in the Garlean Imperial Army. Clad in armor and magitech, another drop in a sea of pitless metal, you grow numb to the violence and the killing out of necessity. It becomes routine, work to earn your next meal. But then the moon shattered and the dragon emerged, and when the dust had settled, I was another body clinging to life amongst the fallen. I remember staring at the burning sun above, growing weaker, wondering if the heat or an Eorzean blade would finish the job. But it wasn't death that came, but salvation. I was delivered from my well-earned fate by the Elder Seer. She deigned to save a man who once bared steel against her people. Her kindness didn't end there. Once my wounds had healed, she welcomed me with open arms. Never did she regard me with distrust, nor did she ever make me feel obliged to repay my debt. She fought not to take life, but to safeguard it. Through our friendship, I came to see the wisdom in that distinction, and pledged my remaining years to her service. It would have accomplished nothing to throw myself against Glyphnia in vain, and even if there was profit to be found in the sacrifice, she would not abide it. Your words serve to remind me of this. We will defeat the blasphemy, but we will do so without forsaking that which we hold dear. I swear it. Cool. Alright, so anyway guys, that's it for this episode. Thank you for watching, and as always, goodbye from me, and goodbye from Mithrie. Bye guys. Okay, stop recording. Someone crafting next to me. Part 6. Oh, did I imagine it? Alright, let's piece the video together. Give me a second. So this was the 87 tank roll quest. Now I need to do the 88 one. It's just good to get these out the way, to be honest. And it's nice to do it while, you know, because it'll benefit from the experience points. Okay. But yeah, it will be a relief to get the optician appointment out the way tomorrow. Like, hopefully I'll get it done and then come home and do the gaming news. So hopefully by the time the gaming news is published, it means I've already done the appointment. And I don't mind as well just delaying things if I have to. Like, most days I release the gaming news at the same time, 2 PM my time, which is, I think it's 9 AM Eastern. But some days, you see, I delay it. It's delayed an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. It literally is, they're released when they're done. It's a perk I have. Like, because I work for myself, you know, I don't work for a company. Because I can be late. E22. No, so it's not gaming news. I was labeling it gaming news. That's kind of funny. Just make sure I put it in the right folder. Oh, and last night I actually reached out to 2K Games about The Quarry. Because they're the publisher of The Quarry. Okay, it's encoding now. Hopefully it won't take too long. So third of the way. Halfway. 2/3. 4/5. And done. Okay, it's encoded, so let me see if I can just check the encoding happened properly. Yeah, it's coded fine. Delete. Delete. Delete, delete. Wait a second. Alright. That should be good to go. Hey Don, how you doing? Funny how the Conjurer leader is older than Kanisana. Yeah, yeah. But it's what they said. They're cursed to remain kids for all time, aren't they? Okay, let me now do the 88. Oh, sorry. Headphones got unplugged. Alright. I'm now going to do the 88 tank roll quest. Then we can carry on doing Fates and Ultima Fall. Hopefully I'll finish that off today as well. Alright. Recording in 3, 2, 1. And we're back for another episode. In this episode, we're going to be doing the level 88 tank roll quest in Final Fantasy XIV. And as always, hello from Mithrie. What's up? So, we are here in Gridania at the Adder's Nest, and we need to talk to the Keeper of Entwined Serpents. The quest is called A Pact Proven. The Keeper of the Entwined Serpents has good news to share. Mithrie, the Elder City has grown strong enough to receive visitors. Come, we must go to the Stillglade Fane at once. Okay, let's go to the Skillglade Fane. Okay, stop recording. Code 1. And I will eventually add all of the role quests to my website. Eventually, my website is going to be like a glossary of all the 14 quests. Well, a lot of them anyway. Not all of them, but most of the major ones. All the story quests and so on. So Don, I don't know if you heard, but I'm going to be, I rearranged my optician appointment, so I'm actually going tomorrow at noon to the optician, rather than having to wait 2 weeks. So, we'll see. It doesn't mean I'm getting my glasses tomorrow, but I at least hopefully will order them. Anyway, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we made it. She's better then. Oh, the seat's here. It fills my heart with joy to see you in better health. I am gladdened by your presence as well, my friend. And lest you wonder, know that the conjurers found no trace of the poison in my humours. If you are ready, I would resume our search for Glyphnir. They may be up to the task, but you are not. 'Tis one thing to engage in conversation, quite another to be gallivanting about the Trollswood hunting a blasphemy. I am aware you are a conjurer of surpassing skill, and will not presume to gainsay your judgment, but have my wounds not healed? Those visible to the naked eye, perhaps. I worry that the strain of your communion with the Great One has taken a toll on you in ways we may struggle to perceive. The Great One is a being of the purest aether, and you were exposed to its unbridled despair, its raw terror. There may be consequences. I'm aware of that, but Glyphnir must be stopped. Until the blasphemy is laid low, people will continue to die. How am I to carry out my duties cloistered here? How am I to deliver the forest and its people from this despair? 'Tis your duties that demand you remain. I understand your frustration, but if you were to fall in battle, if your guiding light you bear were to fade, then all Gridania would be lost. Rest, Kani. Rest and gather your strength, and that when the time comes, you are fit to do what must be done. In the meantime, trust in your allies. As in, wait for the level 90 quest. You're right. That said, I see no reason I cannot join in planning our next step. As you said before, conversation is quite unlike gallivanting about on a hunt. Our encounter with Glyphnir has made it plain that we cannot hope to triumph over it as we are. Only with the Great One's power can we achieve victory. When the Seventh Humble Calamity was nigh, the Great One committed a portion of its boundless strength to extend a barrier over heaven and earth, the Ermin Hedge. Thus, the Trolls was spared the worst. If we could convince it to again lend us even a small measure of that power, we would not fear the poison. Therefore, I believe we should pour our efforts into placating the elementals, that we might earn their favor. You must make your voice heard then, yes? We must show that we are not the enemy. The quieting worked before, it may again. Indeed, we must find a way to assure the Great One of our good intentions, to remind it that we labor not for its destruction, but its salvation. I think too that we must gain a greater understanding of what drives Glyphnir, It seems to bear a resentment towards the elementals, the Great One in particular. Why? I have pondered this question myself. Lingering memories of the person Glefnir once was may be responsible. Reports from Radahad suggest that it is likely the case, in fact. If we could but ascertain the original identity of the blasphemy, but where are we even to begin our investigation? You were granted a vision of Glithnir's past, and I was there, then? Then I may know who he is, or was. As do I, the boy who trained alongside Karni in her youth. Iasora Sipit. After all these years, is this what became of him? You mentioned him briefly before. Were you close? Isora was Pajali like me, but he never had known his parents and devoted himself wholly to his studies. He embraced the role the forest had bestowed upon him, and truth be told, was a much better student than I ever was. A fair assessment. Despite your esteemed heritage, you never took to my lessons as well as he, ever dreaming of the outside world. Stealing off into the woods more times than I can count, I could not keep watch over you at all hours, not even if I tried. The old Tsitia, a rebellious spirit? I can scarce imagine it. I resented being a Pajal. It was inconceivable to me that I could not live amongst the others, and I did not scruple to express my misgivings to Isamiyan at every opportunity. Isora was a pillar of constant support. It was thanks to his encouragement that I at last embraced my destiny and resolved to use my gifts for the greater good. The greater good. We would become Seedseers together, I believed, until one fateful day when we were gathering herbs in the forest at Usumiyan's behest. We met a wanderer hailing from a distant land, who told us his beloved was with child, and that he travelled to Gridania to beseech the Great One for a painless birth. He asked us to guide him to the Guardian Tree. However, entry into such sacred places was not ours to permit, and there was something odd about his demeanour besides. With regret, I refused him out. But Isora was loath to turn away a goodly stranger in need. He agreed to guide the man despite my protest. I ran to Isamiyan as fast as I could, and together we made haste to the Guardian Tree. We found the man motionless on the ground, having succumbed to the Great One's rage, and next to him was Isora, alive but unconscious. In time he recovered and related the whole story. In truth, the man had been an adventurer, a seeker of wealth and glory, and as he had knelt to make the false supplications, he lunged forward to treat a branch from the Guardian Tree. He was yet a child, and Isora had no inkling of the darkness that could dwell within men's hearts. He learned the lesson that day, but the price he paid for it was great indeed. The Great One stripped Isora of his horns, and with them the right to call himself a Pajal. I was forced to expel him from the Fane. I never saw him again, nor heard a word of what had become of him. Though not for lacking of trying, despite his hardships, did he remain in the Twelveswood all this time? I wonder. He dreamed of naught else but becoming a Seedseer, of a life and service to the people of the forest. He knew the weight of the responsibilities and was eager to bear it. But he was deprived of that purpose by the very elementals he loved, and yet he did not lose that will to serve. I suspect and instead resolved to watch over the 12's Wood in his own way. I shudder to think what could have hastened his transformation into Gleipnir, as if his life was not harsh enough. In our final conversation, Isora confided in me that he would search for a means to calm the Great One's rage and earn absolution. To that end, he said that he would seek the counsel of the Mughals. They have called the 12's Wood home for far longer than we have, and so none are more like to have knowledge of its most hidden workings. That comes as no surprise. He would not give up so easily on his dream. Even if Mughals know naught of Isora, they may have been able to help us in other ways. Will you travel to the Bramble Patch in my stead, Mithrie? I have faith that they will accept you with their characteristic aplomb. Alright, so we need to go visit the Mughals, which we haven't done in quite a while. So, let's go. Alright, stop recording. I need to go to East Shroud, right? In a minute. Okay. Just want to check something. Bramble Patch. East Shroud. Let's go. But I do really enjoy these quests. Sometimes they can be a bit laborious, but you only have to do them once. So, and I put all of my time and effort into this one character. I only made Ori and Mr. Blue Sideburns to make crafting guides, but now that I'm not really making crafting guides anymore, that's why I don't even really use them anymore. Where are we going? Alright. Let's talk to the Mughals. So, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we caught up with the Mughals. So, quite peculiar face you have, Kupo. Familiar too. You wouldn't be the self-same warrior who gave the legendary Mughals guard what for, would you? Mithrie, was it? Aha. It is an honor to meet you. Allow me to thank you personally for bringing that silliness to an end. Pukwa Pika's the name. What brings you to our next of the 12's Wood? Why, what a pleasant coincidence. We were just discussing how we ought to go about calming the elementals. That blasphemy with the dreadful horns has got them on edge, and for good reason. I've had to ask my personal guard here to sleep with one eye open. In case you haven't noticed, the beast's corruption has been spreading all throughout the woods. Needless to say that we've all got to stand up and put the 12's Wood to rights. Raya O suggested that the Mughals contribute by scouring the forest for even the smallest sign of taint. Got to cleanse it before it gets out of hand, you know? Difficult and time-consuming work, but if it's in service to the forest, then we'll do it gladly. I know you. You're the adventurer who gave me some of my finest scars. Coop the Mughals guards. No hard feelings about the whole Hail to the King Kupo bit, I hope. Not going to call for a rematch either, in case you're worried about that. Rio and the others cured us of the tempering, and afterwards sat us down for a stern lecture. No more calling upon good King Moggle the 12th for us. May he ever remain unsummoned in his royal grace and splendour. Indeed, and what better way to make up for the past indiscretions than to serve the realm? Even now, our kin scour every elm of the Trollswood, and we would be remiss not to do our part. We would be overjoyed to have a hero such as you helping us as well. If you're willing, something tells me that you have a sharp eye for the taint we seek to cleanse. Can we count on you? Your reputation for magnanimity is well deserved. Let's begin by moving to higher ground, that we may survey the area and locate any particularly nasty spots of blight. Alrighty. Okay, let's catch up with them. Okay, stop recording. These quests, sometimes though, like in these quests, there is obviously a lot of talking, a lot of reading. I can somewhat see why a lot of people choose to just skip cutscene, but at the same time, I feel genuinely that if you want to just not take in the story of an RPG, then why are you playing an RPG? It's like saying that, you know, you want to play first-person shooters, but you hate guns. It's the counterintuitive sort of thing. Oh. Are you supposed to, like, fly up here? Okay, let me see. Okay, we caught up with this guy, but he's actually flying. Let's see if we can talk to him from the flying mount. So, oh, you were able to make your way up here after all. I was worried that you'd be stuck. Apologies for leaving you behind, but it's so easy to forget that your lack of wings. Now then, where is it? There, to the south. Let us cleanse the festering taint at once. Alright, let's catch up with him. Yeah, is this the first time that we've had to use a flying mount to talk to an NPC? I don't know if I ever have. Alright. So let's record. Recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we've made it, so let's examine this corrupted soil. Okay. That's one elemental done. Alright. Wanted to make sure there wasn't anything else. That was some fine work. I dare say that it's even better shape than it was before. The others are doubtless filtering about, stamping out corruption wherever it rears its hideous head. If I were the Great One, I would be applauding our efforts. Well, insofar as such, as being without hands can clap, I suppose. How goes the taint cleansing? I did what I could, but I swear, as soon as I finished with one area, 2 more start manifesting a fresh taint. The forest's ability to heal itself is waning, and this sickness is spreading too fast for even a legion of Muggles to manage. If we don't come up with a better solution soon, the situation is more grave than we imagined. Oh, what do we do? We should maintain our efforts to purify the forest regardless, but since there are only so many of us, we must also help the forest to remember how to help itself. Brilliant idea, I think. How do we go about doing that? Well, I was just getting to that part. We, I've got it. We perform the friending. The friending? What in the name of good King Mogomog the 12th? May he shower us with love and compassion and goopernauts, is that? Truth be told, I couldn't remember the ancient rite's name, so I just made something up on the spot. But let's forget about that for now and move on to the stuff I do remember. It's an old ceremony, first performed when the nation of Gridania was but a spark of an idea of a random thought in the founders' heads. They knew that if we were to establish a home within the Twelveswood, that they would first have to entreat the elementals for permission. So a mage in their company found and cleansed a few sources of foul aether, planting saplings in their place, and consecrated the soil with a prayer, to show the forest the purity of their intentions. The elementals were so taken with this display that not only did they permit his people to settle within the forest, they also bestowed upon him their blessings as proof of their new covenant. I remember now. The Gridanians still honor the agreements to this day. For every tree that is cut down, a sapling is planted. So, if we follow history's example, we can soothe the forest pain and also nourish it with new life. That's right. Oh, but I wasn't finished with the story. Remember the mage who planted those sacred saplings? He was none other than Jorin, sire of Ohok Pota, the very first Pajal. From that day forward, the elementals would bless a select few Hures with horns, favouring them with their fellowship. The Pajal were exalted by the peoples of the Twelvewoods. Even we Mughals look upon them with awe. That's how it all began. Something wrong then. You have a strange look on your face. Glyphnir may be a Pajal, a former Pajal at least. Oh, how dreadful. But what exactly are you saying? So the man you think may have become Glyphnir was a Pajal, stripped of his blessing, and the blasphemy kills with a poison that manifests symptoms that resemble those of the creeping death. I feel sorry for this Isora. To love the elementals only to be shunned by them, to be surrounded by the beauty of the Twelveswood and know that he was forever an outsider, all for a child's mistake. That despair could easily have caused him to turn, and this poison that preys upon those who bear the Twelveswood's blessing, the Hures, just like the creeping death once did, might be another manifestation of despair. That would explain the elemental's unease. We must redouble our efforts to plant saplings, or they might never speak to us again. Indeed. Well, first things first, we must gather as many saplings as we can. Mithrie, wait for us at the Adder's Nest and make ready for a long and back-breaking day. Yay. Alright, let's go to the Adder's Nest. Okay, stop recording. Endpoint because the next expansion might not see the leaders as much. Fair enough. Hang on. Part 5. Let's go. Oh, nearly done. Then I can go do the Pixie Beast tribe. Then we could do some, what's it called? Alright. So... recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we made it back to the Adder's Nest. So, welcome back, Mithrie. Did the Mughals have any insight into our problems? A reenactment of the ceremony which laid the foundation of Gridania, a fitting plan given the gravity of the threat our nation now faces. As ever, there is much work to be done before we can even begin. While the Mughals gather saplings, we shall continue to scour the Trollswood for new beasts that must be purged. Let us pray that the Elder Seetia regains her strength quickly as well. For now, take a rest, my friend. It's a rare indulgence these days, and one that you've earned 1,000 times over. Cool. Alright. So, anyway, guys, that's it for this episode. Thank you for watching, and as always, goodbye from me, and goodbye from Mithrie. Bye, guys. Alright. Let's, go do the Pixie Beast tribes now. There's Laralan. There's. But at least these quests are now done. So I'll need to do the 89 and 90, and I'm finally done with the tank roll quest. Finally. In the meantime, let me do this. Oh, chat, random question. Did any of you ever again talk to Pyriel? Because he left the FC and then he just ignores any DMs. So, you know, at one point he was basically running the FC by himself. Like, I would have, if I quit the game, I would have given him the FC. Nope. Yeah, I don't know what happened, why he just disappeared. Didn't say, he didn't anything. But one thing I will not tolerate at all is being ignored. So basically, if he does come back to the thing, I'll try and work out why he left. But it will be on bad terms. It will be on a, he says one thing that annoys me, he gets banned permanently. So I think that's only fair because it's a case of ignored us completely for no reason. We've done literally nothing to it. He was a member of the SC for a long time, and that is just gone. So I am offended. I am offended 100%. So, like I said, one little, even a whisper of negativity, he's gone permanently. So, I don't tolerate that rubbish. I don't tolerate drama for anyone. Okay, it's encoding now. But let's be honest, he's probably not going to come back. Because it's something I was thinking about before. Like, do you guys remember when someone hacked the FC and kicked out 300 members? Like, someone changed the permissions of the FC so they could do that. Your video's coded, so let me check. Okay. Yeah. So I let that go because it can't be undone. But it's a case of these sort of weird things seem to happen when I'm around. Isn't that a coincidence? I don't know if it happened to anyone else. Like, did you guys hear about it happening to any other FC? I won't take it personally. I'm just curious if it was a big problem at the time. Wasn't a member then, but I remember the video. Yeah. I remember if you remember then. But yeah, I thought it was odd. Now, the thing is, I don't mind a small FC because, for example, the last time I played Final Fantasy XI, I was in a tiny link shell, a really small one. There was like 6 members. But the difference is that those 6 members were online nearly every single day. So I was able to get pretty much all the content I wanted done in 11 done with the group of that link shell. There was always people available for different things. And that is completely fine. Like, we don't have to have a big FC. It's the same thing with the stream. Like, some people have outright said that they prefer the stream to be small because then at least I can interact with everyone. And to be perfectly honest, the only reason I want the stream to be bigger is so that I have potential chance to make more money. Which is, it's kind of sad to think of it that way. I don't want people in the FC to just be statistics to me. Or people in the stream, I should say, sorry. Okay, that's that. But, it's a business, that's the thing. I'm here to eat. And I'm surviving, but, I would rather be thriving. Is that the term? Thriving rather than surviving. But I'll keep working on the 14 content for the website. Like, I'm thinking of so many other things for the website as well, like so many other games I could put on there. Like I said, I want to put 7 Remake, I want to put, like, random ones like Detroit Become Human, God of War. Even flipping PUBG Mobile I'll probably put on the website. But I have to apply certain rules the same to everyone. If you offend me, then you're going to be gone and blocked completely, forever. Like, I'm not going to have double standards for anyone. I've kicked out mods before, and that's a policy that will stay. And to be honest, I'm happy with the mods we have. Like, I don't feel a need to get any more. Like, if things start getting out of hand and you guys start begging me for more mods, then so be it. And I'll let you guys decide who it should be. But I'll always stay true to what I believe. I think that's really, really important. And life is, life is ugly. It's full of self-righteous people, it's full of hypocrites, it's full of so many things. Like people who smile, pretend they're your friend, and but underneath they are the evilest, like, most selfish people you can imagine. Whereas me, I try to be just blunt and honest with, like, who I am. If I don't like you, I say I'm going to be very blunt about it. I don't like you. Go away from me. I'm gonna. The last thing I'm gonna do is keep anyone close to me that I actually don't like. I don't have time for that. Okay, I'm done with this. So, would anyone like to do Fates in Ultima Full? Ultima Full. There is. Yeah, the history tab seems to be a good idea for me. My way? Alright. So I've got a lot of work to do on the website for sure. It's going to take a lot of work. But at least I've got the process started. That's what I'm most happy about. The structure is there. I've been thinking nearly all week about how I'm going to bring on the story videos. Like what I need to put in the database and stuff like that. I'll probably have a separate database and table, literally just for the list of quests because there's so many. Then I'll have one for the list of videos. And the list of videos will have the patch numbers and the expansion numbers and so on. And then ultimately, I want the end goal to be that you select the expansion first. So you say, for example, A Realm Reborn, Heavensward, whatever. And then all the story quests are there, broken down by patch number. Obviously, I don't want to have it as an endless list, because if you have an endless list from 2.0 to 6.1, there's going to be way too many quests on there. Like I said, there's 350 videos. 350 story videos I need to bring on the website. I probably, like, I'll try and do as many as I can this weekend, but I doubt I'm going to finish them all. Like, my target is to finish A Realm Reborn, and that's it. But once they're there forever. Like, the videos I've been seeing on my YouTube channel for years, so... And then I want to make a section about all the jobs. All the classes. How to unlock them and all the quests and so on. Then I'll make a section about the role quests. And so on and so on. We done? We're done. Let's see. The way, Joshua. I need 21 more. I'm done. Let me invite you to group. I see you. There. Invite a party. Okay, boom. I don't know if I'll do the 89 quest today, or the role quest. Maybe. Try and get out of the way. Because I'm guessing, given that I'm like halfway to 89 already, by the time we finish the, what's it called? By the time we finish all of the roulettes, I'll probably be 90, right? Then tomorrow, Was it tomorrow? It depends if I stream tomorrow. It depends how I feel after the optician. And I'll start. I'll see where Bard is. I'll see if I need to catch up on any quests for it and stuff like that. When it comes to Dancer is 80. So yeah, I have done physical ranged at some point. Oh, and these days we've been watching Downton Abbey. We're nearly done with season 2. It's actually quite good. I'm really enjoying it so far. I know it was a big thing a while ago, but I'm only just watching it now for the first time. My favourite character is definitely Maggie Smith as a grandmother. I think she's amazing. Crafting. I will eventually get into crafting again. One day, you'll see. Haven't been watching anything? Yeah, we watched a lot of TV shows lately. We've been watching a TV show as well on Amazon Prime called Outer Range. It's very, very weird. It starts really strong, but then it's becoming weirder and weirder and weirder and weirder. Now, if they release the Lord of the Rings TV show in September, because it's on Amazon, I'll probably do it as a watch party. If you want to watch it, if you have Amazon Prime. I just want to find out if there's a way where I could get Mum talking on stream while we're doing the watch party, but I have the TV show muted. Because if I play the music of the TV show, I will I'll get DMCA. And I saw these images this morning of they want to. I think they're making a TV show with the MCU called She-Hulk: Attorney at Law. I find that kind of strange as a name for a TV show. I don't know if you guys saw the images of that. I don't have Prime. Ah, it's too bad. At the moment, anyway. Yeah, so see if you can get it by September. There isn't really any plans before then. 18 remaining. If you decide to get it, make sure to use my affiliate links below the stream, because then I can earn some commission. I watched Angry Joe's reaction to the trailer. Yeah. I thought it was very, very weird, because I saw it all over Instagram this morning. I was like, eh. I do want to watch the latest 4 movie, though. And you know, if that comes out on digital at some point. The 4 movies have been great. To first 89. Okay. At one point, I'll do all these quests. I think when it comes to the first areas of the game, like, I need to look through most zones to find any quests I've not done. And I'll probably do that again. I'll probably visit every zone in the game to see if there's any side quests I need to do. I could easily make a reaction channel, let's say on YouTube. Mithrie reacts. And it's just nothing but film trailers and whatever. Almost like the way Asmongold does his React content. But I don't really have time, let's be honest, to run 7 YouTube channels. It would be the easiest thing content in the world. There's literally no skill to it. Just talk over something you're watching. If I had a team of editors, then I'm sure that I can get it done, but I don't, so... just gonna go to the toilet. I'll be right back. I was saying about reaction content, right? So I was saying I try and save any sort of reaction content for like the big announcements, like when there's Game Fest or E3 or whatever. Then I'll do a reaction. Because I just don't want that to become all of my content. Let me just react to the latest trailer, or let me react to the Amber Heard trial that's going on and stuff like that. Because if I talk about that really, really briefly, if it was your ex-partner who accused you of abuse and you dragged through the courts or whatever, would you want the entire world to have an opinion of it? And also as well, let's be frank, people made their mind up that she was lying before the case even started. Why? Only because they like Captain Jack Sparrow, not because of any other actual reason. Which seems, again, a silly thing for me. If he's innocent or guilty, that's none of my business. That's down for the court to decide. So... but that's why I won't put it on my stream. And when everyone was watching Hell's Kitchen, I did not watch Hell's Kitchen on the stream. Oh, it wasn't Hell's Kitchen, sorry, it was Master Chef. I only ever will watch those things if it's part of like a watch party. Because here is my concern. My concern is that that sort of content is not sustainable. Eventually, a rule will change, a law will change, something will change that will make that sort of content impossible to do, or not worth doing. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but so far my gut instinct with most things has been correct. Now, I'm okay with React content if you don't actually show on screen what you're reacting to. So, for example, you can actually see a reaction video of Pierce Brosnan reacting to GoldenEye. You can have him alongside the movie and watch it with him reacting and talking about it. But he does not show the movie on YouTube. He basically says, okay, I'm starting the movie now. Let's watch it and so on. So you can have Pierce Brosnan on one screen, and you can have okay, turn in. We're good. That sort of content is okay, And it was actually fascinating to watch GoldenEye alongside Pierce Brosnan. He gave like a lot of insights to the movie that you didn't get even in the what's called the commentary. That sort of content I like. And it's mostly just sharing people's like life experience, let's say. That sort of, you know, like for example, I'm happy to see a game developer react to a speed run of their game, for example, because they can give you really good insights into like, we developed this and this, we did this coding, we did that to prevent this and that, but the speedrunners found a way to circumvent it by doing the following, la 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 la. That I find fascinating, when you have developers like reacting to speedruns. But then again, the developers are the one who made the game. So what I'm saying is basically is that I take more value in reaction content from the people actually who were involved in whatever they're reacting to. So, for example, in the distant future, if Amber Heard reacts to her own trial video on YouTube, that I'll watch. And to be fair, I think most people would. Why should I watch a liar? I mean, who said she's a liar? It's just her interpretation of what happened. Or, if we give another example, what if Johnny Depp did a reaction to the trial? This is why I wasn't looking at her, blah blah blah. It was yesterday proven to be under oath. Yeah, look. In court proceedings, lawyers can manipulate anything they like. Anything they like. Based on their question and answers. Because you are put on a spot where you have to answer questions, let's say, yes or no. When they are not yes or no questions. So, for example, like a lawyer proved, 100% proved, I say with quote fingers because it was a fucking lie, that I exaggerated my lifelong disability to be a YouTuber. He proved it. Does that make me a liar? Does that mean that I had lifelong agoraphobia and lifelong anxiety and I made it up? Because he proved it? The proof is in the case of how stupid the judge is. So, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. That's their business. That's between them and God. It should not be a public spectacle. I will not judge Amber Heard. I will not call her a liar. I will not call Johnny Depp a liar. It's their business. My opinion of either of them is not going to change. They're just actors. I like watching their movies. It depends, it depends how you interpret these things. Like, I'm talking to someone who's been through legal proceedings, let's say, and proving anything doesn't mean shit. It literally doesn't mean shit. Because it's like saying, well, logically, because you typed in this word incorrectly, therefore you're a liar because X and Y, Z. You know what I mean? Because you made one mistake in your spelling, therefore you're a liar about everything you've ever done in your entire life. Damn it, I proved it. I am so smart. Because at the end of the day, like, you know this whole thing of judge not lest ye be judged? I believe Jesus said that. Like 2,000 years ago. I will not judge Amber Heard. Is it embarrassing what she's going through? Hell yeah, it's embarrassing. Oof. It's subjective, Don, that's the point. Some people, I mean, most people, let's be frank, will believe that Amber Heard is a liar, sure. Does it mean that she actually is? That's for God to decide. That's not for anyone else to. And her case is, like, or their case, I should say, be more specific, is nothing. In the grand scheme of humanity, it's a nothing trial. It's like, they're rich now, they will continue to be rich after the trial is over. Whereas me, I can't afford lunch. I'm more concerned about my own thing. But for your own sake, you shouldn't say that people who disagree with you are blind, or this, or wrong, or that, or stupid, or whatever. People are entitled to have their own opinions. It's down to you to explain why you believe you are, you know, you're right. Not to just say, you're wrong because I said so. Because your opinion is different to mine. That won't get you anywhere. Yeah. Like, I did see that she's trying to claim the same thing. With, like, what's it, with Aquaman. They're saying that her role in Aquaman was diminished because of what's going on. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. You know, I am curious about the ending. I don't need to see the trial at the end. And if I never find out the ending, I won't lose any sleep. It's no one's business. Like, people pretending they have the right to judge. But it's a case of, like I said, if it was your ex-partner who accused you of something that you know full well that you've not done, and the entire world has an opinion on it, how would you feel? If it was you. If you were, like Don, if you were Johnny Depp, how would you feel right now? If the entire world has an opinion about your ex-partner? Of course, you know, there's always the element of, well, you know, at least it's not me. She said that she didn't know how her video got to TMZ, which paid money for it, because they have the copyright. And she said in the EU trial, who TMZ knew of the video. What? I don't know what. Can you give me context? What video are you talking about? Assume that I've only seen it, like, I've only seen the headlines. I've not actually seen the raw footage. What video are you talking about? To the west. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Okay, I need 12 more, and I'm done. Wonder if I hit 89. And then I can do the 89 quest. He sold a video to TMZ of him raging and said that she has no idea how her own video was sold to TMZ. Okay. I don't know what point you're trying to make. Can you give me even more context? Oh, the kangaroo official combat trailer. Let's see what this is about. It looks like trash. Alright. She sold the video, but claimed that she didn't. But the copyright and the one answer from her UK trial proved that she was lying. Okay. So what you're saying is, basically, is that if she lied about the video, she's therefore lying about everything she's ever said ever. Is that the point you're making? Uh. I mean, Don, the point I'm making is that people are more complicated, and people have a lot more depth than one thing to define whether someone is something or isn't something. There's some examples I could give about myself, but I won't, because it could be taken out of context. I think humans are more complicated than you make one mistake, therefore I should judge you about everything you've ever done ever. I think there's more to humans than that. No, but she lied in court, and she also tried to throw her lawyer under the bus. Yeah, I mean, I did see the whole thing of every time the lawyer tried to ask any question, they would say objection, hearsay, or whatever. You know, I did see that. I think simply Johnny Depp's legal team is more qualified. let's be perfectly frank. But they could... the Johnny Depp legal team could just as easily be representing Amber Heard. I'm not defending Amber Heard. I want you to, you know, to believe that. I feel it's just to keep an open mind. Because at the same time, what if she wins? After all this drama, after all this thing of it seems obvious she's going to lose, what if she wins? Then what are you going to say? Like, she's still a liar? You're going to have picture of abuse, but her lawyers didn't use it as evidence. Yeah, I know that the evidence has been weak. Not in all cases, but yeah. Like him being drunk on the airplane, like, and wailing. That was like a weak defense. Okay, we need up north. How many do I have left? 9 to go. 9 left, and I'm done. 9 left, Joshua. Then we can do some roulettes or something. Actually, no, I want to do the 89 quest, because I should be 89 by then. And then we can do roulettes. And then maybe I can do the 90 quest as well. If I get it all done today, that'd be great. Sorry. Now, if I was to predict the ending, I mean, at the end, I don't care about both of them, but for the case, is bad for real abuse victims. I think actually it's a good thing for abuse victims, because I think it highlights the point of these things are taken seriously, no? Or am I wrong? Or are you worried that, like, people will claim abuse and they won't be believed? Is that what you're saying? Yes. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, from that aspect, sure. But, like, at the end of the day, this is not a murder trial. Also, as well, like, because, you know, there is plenty of examples of partners abusing and killing each other. That's way worse. And also, like I said, they're rich now, they will be rich after the trial ends. So, no harm to them, sort of thing. Is it embarrassing? Sure. Very embarrassing. And right now, I think anyone associated with Amber Heard probably is seen as toxic. That I can understand. But what I was saying before is just, I would hate that people have made their judgments about Johnny Depp because he once made them laugh in a Disney movie. With, like, Captain Jack Sparrow. It would be a shame to judge his character based on a fictional character that he played in a movie. The two are completely... they're not even related. Two completely different people. His career took big damage. Like, so what, man? He's worth $100 million. He does not have to work ever. His kids never have to work ever. His grandkids never have to work ever. His great-grandkids never have to work ever. Like, his career took a little bit of a bump. Oh no. It's not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. Talking to someone who, like I said, can't afford lunch. Now, no one deserves to have any allegations put against them which are fake, are not real. I agree with that 100%. But, you know, all I'm saying is keep an open mind. And it's not for me to judge. I am not God. I don't know Amber Heard. I don't know Johnny Depp. I've never met them. I never will meet them. So... is it embarrassing what's going on? Sure. Very embarrassing. If it was me, if I was Johnny Depp, I wouldn't want my trial from my ex-wife being broadcast to the whole flipping planet. It's her life. I would, you know, even if she's accusing me of abuse or whatever, if I'm talking as Johnny Depp, I would not want to hurt her. If there was any actual love, I would not want to drag her through a public trial. Because I show her some love or some respect. Even if she showed me nothing but disdain and hatred and wrecked my career, if I love this woman enough to marry her at one point, I would not drag her through this process publicly. But each to their own, sort of thing. I'm old-fashioned in that way. I'm an old-fashioned romantic, let's say. But yeah, we'll see what happens next with this. As I said, I want to know the result, just out of sheer curiosity. I care about both of them on a human being level. If either one of them was friends of mine in real life, my concern would be if one of my friends was to lose a case like that, I would be concerned and looking out to make sure they don't self-harm. Like I said, health matters more than anything. It matters more than a career, it matters more than your bank balance, it matters more than anything. 89. Nice. GG. Nearly there, nearly there. But 89 just in time. So let's see. Six more. Okay, 6 to go. And then we're done. Normal people, yes, but those people aren't normal at all. No, the circumstances are a bit extreme, for sure. I think it's important to just remember that people are people. Let's say, for example, Don, if you became famous, let's say you become more famous than Billie Eilish, and we remain friends. I want to take care of you on a human level. If I become super famous, I want you to take care of me on a human level, and not to be drowned up in the glitz and glamour. Please, no fame yet. You never know. You could make the headlines. The most sarcastic German man in the history of Germans. More sarcastic than any British man. And you get 15 minutes of fame. But yeah, like between the two, I would rather be rich, not famous. But even then, the money would be used to help people in my case, not to hoard. I don't need a million to my name, let alone 100. Now, I'm going to assume that after this is my assumption, that Amber Heard is going to become a civilian. She will not be famous. No one is going to want to go anywhere near her, is my guess. Even if she wins. Would that be too much of an assumption? It depends, yeah. It's like, speaking of Billie Eilish, okay? I like her music. What I care about, in her case, is the fact that she's like my little sister. She suffers from a lot of anxiety issues. She suffers from Tourette's. She suffers from a lot of other things. So if Billie Eilish was my little sister, I'll be taking care of her only and purely from a human being level. Not because she's famous and she, you know, I like her music. Like, when you compare the two, like, for me, there's no debate about what's more important. It's like, when I look at the relationship between Phineas, her older brother, and Billie Eilish, it reminds me of my relationship with my little sister. if we focus on the topic, yeah. I said I think it's important to just treat people as people, not to be swallowed up in the glitz and glamour side of thing and the fame. But that's my opinion. There's some people that love this shit from a purely like, oh my god, can you believe this point of view, and that's just not me. Is on my chocobo. So what, there are 5 more? Four more. Okay, 4 to go. And we're completely done. With all the shared face in the entire game. 4 left. Yo yo. Hey, Dusk, sorry. How you doing? Hanging in there. How about you? Yeah, pretty good. My glasses broke, that's why I'm wearing shades, but I've got an appointment with the optician literally tomorrow. So, we'll see if I can order some new glasses tomorrow. My glasses broke beyond repair. Though they did last a good 6 years, so they did definitely survive their usefulness. This is not a fashion statement with me wearing shades. Hopefully they aren't as expensive there as they are here. No, they're very expensive. I'll probably have to pay hundreds. But my dad has offered to pay. Here after insurance, my glasses cost me $600. Yeah. I mean, the glasses I had that broke, the lenses were something like $150. The frame was $250, and then I also had to pay for the actual, what's it called? The actual appointment. So that's like £400 sterling. I don't know what that is in dollar. Hey Siri, what is £400 sterling in US dollars? Yeah, $500 basically is what I paid for my glasses. Please no Elton John glasses. Yeah, I'll try not to. I'll be very mindful of the fact whatever glasses I get, I'm probably going to be stuck with for the next decade. We will see. But yeah, otherwise I'm fine. You know, I play video games for a living. I run 6 YouTube channels. Everything I need is close to me. I'm always broke, but I also have no debt. So there is silver lining somewhere. So, once I finish these shared phase, I'm going to go do the 89 roll quest for tank, then do some roulettes. If I hit level 90, then I'll do the level 90 tank roll quest. Then the next class I'm going to do will be Borrowed. Well, like I said, we'll see what happens. With the with what's going on. I believe 100% in, let's say, karma. So the people who are, let's say, laughing at Amber Heard right now, like, wait until your partner accuses you of something and you're dragged through the mud because of it. We'll see who's laughing then, sort of thing. But damn, single and poor. Yeah. It does have its advantages in some cases. But I was thinking about that myself in terms of, like, you know, I don't have kids, so I don't have to worry about my kids getting sick or anything bad happening to them and so on. Or them wanting to go on holiday and they say, sorry, daddy's too sick because of his anxiety. Or my wife cheating on me. I don't have a wife. So there are perks to things that, from that point of view, sure. We're nearly there. I think a couple more and we're done. I think it's really important to stick to what you believe. That's what I believe, is that the focus should be them as human beings, not them as celebrity actors. As human beings, what's going on right now is embarrassing, and I hope it comes to a good result. And it's what I was saying before. If I was to guess the outcome, I think, if I'm purely guessing, this is based on nothing, this is based on me guessing, is that no one will win the case. That the judgment will be so ambiguous that they need to walk away from the case like as if it didn't even happen. But that's my guess. That no money is exchanged, no one's reputation is ruined, everyone was wrong. It's like the whole, like, Dr. Disrespect issue with Twitch. You know, Twitch said they admitted no wrongdoing, and Dr. Disrespect just carries on YouTube. You know, it's ambiguous, we don't know what happened behind the scenes, the end. That's my guess of how the Amber Heard trial is going to end. And either way, I won't show that street the what's it called, the trial on my stream. I will not make an opinion video about it. Nothing. It's not for me to judge. And let's be perfectly frank about it. It's a headline that's going to come and go in like a minute. There's so many other things to worry about. Done. Finito. Finally. I got the achievement Fair Trade. That means I've done now all shared face in every zone in the game. So done. Then Shadowbringers. Done. Finito. GG. I just watched the trial with lawyer commentary. Like the written house trail. I don't know what the written house trail is. What's that? Okay, 89. Let's see if there's any new items. Okay, let me do the 8-9 quest, and then we'll can do roulettes after if you like. Hey Red, how you doing today? Check Old Charlian for the Super Gem Trader. Ah, okay, let me take a look. Let's go there. Where is Old Charlian? Don't know what category it's under. Okay, Daria, Madonna, oh Charlie, there it is. Let's see. The boy that shot 2 people during a riot in 2020. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if I heard of that. Super Gem. So where is this one here? The Gem Trader? It's Gaffried. Okay, item. Western rolls. Is there anything special from here that I should worry about? Bird from last. Oh no, you meant for the teleport, right? I guess some custom rolls. Let's actually get her to wear clothes. Let's see. So is this crown? Is this only because I've actually now done all the shared face? This sort of leaf crown. I mean, I can't afford it anyway because it's 800, but still. Okay, so there's one in Radzahan as well. Let's go to Radzahan. Radzahan. Let's check the map. Here. Okay. Gemstone Trader. Sajarine. Silk Rack. Nerian Ribbon. See it for some reason. Or is that? But it says headpiece, but I literally can't see it. Don't know if... Oh. That, I guess. On the back of her head. Interesting. Alright. So let me go do the 89 tank roll quest. Then we can do some roulettes. And if I had 90, then we could try and do the 91 today as well. What time is it? Yeah, it's only 4:30, so I still have like 2.5 hours. So I should be able to do all of that. Then, like I said, if I get Warrior to 90, then I'm going to level up Bard. Alrighty. Well, let's do some recording. So, recording in 3, 2, 1. And we're back for another episode. In this episode, we're going to be doing the level 89 tank roll quest in Final Fantasy XIV. And as always, hello from Mithrie. So we are here in the Adder's Nest in Gridania, and we need to talk to the Keeper of Entwined Serpents. The quest is called Hearts True. The Keeper of the Entwined Serpents is on the lookout for Poms in the distance. Gleipnir has not been seen since our last encounter. This brief respite may be our best chance to quell the Great One's terror. Make way for saplings, Kupo. We've had plenty of practice cultivating our gardens, so selecting the most robust ones was a simple matter. That was the hardest work, so you can help us with the easy part. If you see a spot of corruption, cleanse the taint and paint the sapling in its place. Do it enough times and the Great One is sure to understand that we're doing all we can to heal the forest. Which ought to brighten its mood. We'll see to the E-Shroud. You should have no trouble taking care of the rest. Your efforts are much appreciated. We will begin without further delay. I trust you will not object to my company. I dare say healing the forest is one task for which I am more qualified than most. Elder Cecia, are you well enough to leave the city? I should like to think I have been for some time. In any event, Izumi has finally grown tired of my objections and ceased his attempts to detain me further. Allow me to be the one to consecrate the saplings. It would be an honor to offer words of thanks to the forest of its bounty. Please do, Kupo. A prayer for the Elder Cecia herself will surely hasten their growth from tiny sapling to towering tree. Such is my hope. As Jaren did before me, I shall approach the Great One in friendship, that it might see through the veil of fear that blinds it and remember our covenant. Let's begin by cleansing all traces of corruption in the central shroud. To Green Tier, I sense that the flow of Vaith has become warped there. Impressive. Not even my keen eyes could spot corruption from such a distance. It is but one of many talents I owe to the elementals. Well then, shall we be on our way? Alright, let's go to Green Tier. Okay, stop recording. Let's see. Part 1. The thing is, at this point, I'm kind of accustomed to wearing shades all the time. The world's going to seem very bright once I get normal glasses again. But at least I know that these are a backup option. If I somehow forget chat, if my future glasses are not available or break, remind me that I've got my shades. Hopefully it won't come to that. And one good thing that's come out of breaking the glasses is that I'm obviously now really paranoid to make sure I don't break these. And therefore, when I go to bed, I leave my glasses on my desk, not next to my bed. So it means that throughout the night, I don't reach and grab for my phone, because I can't, there's no point, because I can't even flip and read it. So, and it has increased my quality of sleep, is not having the phone next to me, or my glasses next to me when I am in bed. So that is a positive from this. Doing good, just trying to get my bow from Corrupted Gauntlet, 70 kills so far. I don't expect you to know what I'm talking about. How are you? Playing old school RuneScape. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. I'm trying to just chill and relax and keep my eye on the prize. You know, so at the moment I run 6 YouTube channels. I've got my website, which is mithrie.com, and then I've got all my social media. It's a very, very busy job, and it really doesn't, at the moment, doesn't make me much money. But I try and count my blessings rather than think about the negative too much. So I'm trying to stay good. I'm trying to stay healthy. I think that, like, mentally and physically. Anyway, let's carry on. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we made it. So let's see. Corrupted Air. Okay. So let's deal with this. Okay, dead. Nice. Alright, let's talk to Kanisana. So, in gratitude of your boundless blessings do I offer this gift. May it nourish you as you nourish us. At last, the earth is cleansed. There is a settlement not far from here. We should tell them of this sapling. Bid them watch over and keep it from harm. Of course, Elder Cecia. I shall relay your words forthwith. It will give the people hope to know that they can aid in the restoration of the Trollswood. Thank you, and now we must go. To Silent Arbor, there is something foul that impedes the flow of Aether. Let us hurry. Alright, so let's go on to the next place. Okay, stop recording. What I'm paying most attention to these days when it comes to my YouTube channels is my gaming news. So every day, and I have been doing it now for basically a year, I publish a gaming news video, which is about a minute, 2 minutes long, to summarize what's been going on in the gaming news the last, like, 24 hours. So you can watch that every morning if you like. I hope it'll be useful for you if you want to see what's going on in the gaming industry. Typically per day, I will read anything from 20 to 150 articles to get the free piece of the news for the gaming news. Some days it's overflowing with news to report. On other days, I can read 150 and still not have 3 pieces. But I've been doing it every single day now for, like I said, more than a year. It's at this point, it's part of my morning routine to just make the gaming news video. And I really, really like doing it. I hope the gaming news channel becomes my main channel. Anyway, let's record. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we made it to the next location. So now we're fighting corrupted water. Alright, again, let's talk to Kani-sana. So, the injury has begun to heal, and our next destination lies to the north. So, near Hurstmill, I believe. 'Tis fain, for we are far from the source. Nevertheless, I am certain it is there. Come. Alright. Let's go to Hurstmill. Okay, let's stop recording. Part 3. I mean, guys, who of you actually watch my gaming news every day? Like, if there's any like feedback you can give me about it as well. I think the main feedback I've had from people is they wish it was longer. That my videos weren't over in like a minute. But literally every minute of the video takes about 20 minutes to publish. Because I actually publish it in so many places, and I put it on the website, and I do subtitles and everything. I'll check it out for sure. Cool. Appreciate you. Yeah, time is passing so fast. Like, they said, like, one of the headlines they reported today was how Final Fantasy XV reached 10 million sales. And that's great, except when you realize the fact that Final Fantasy XV came out 6 years ago. And I was sort of like, what do you mean 6 years ago? Has it really been 6 years since 15? What? Anyway, let's record. It's like more than half a decade. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we caught up with her. So, 'tis fortunate that the corruption here is faint. A simple prayer should suffice to cleanse this soil, after which we may plant the sapling. I sense no other disruptions in the etheric flow, which leads me to believe that the Mughals have already seen to the remainder. Indeed, the Trollswood sighs with a contentment I have not felt in a long while. But while it, but will it serve to placate the Great One? I cannot say. Not until we visit the Guardian Tree. So, excuse me, but you're the Elder City, aren't you? What brings you all the way to our village? Corruption that had upset the balance of Aether, but that we have since cleansed with prayer and saplings. Thus, the Trollswood reclaimed a measure of peace. You've been planting trees? We have. The elementals have suffered much of late, and with these offerings we endeavour to raise their spirits. Elder City, I've got to protest. What of your people's spirits We who dread every step we must take out of doors. What? That terrible monster is still out there, preying upon innocent folk without rhyme or reason. And if it doesn't strike us dead where we stand, its poison will finish the job. I know that you are afraid, and that you and yours suffer still. However, 'tis under the auspices of the elementals that we may call the Dwellswood home, and they too cry out for deliverance. Even the Great One quakes with fear for the blasphemy's continued existence. So, to ignore their plight is to invite greater tragedy for us all. Rest assured, however, that I have not forgotten the needs of the people. We bring comfort to the elementals and renew our sacred ties that we might enlist the aid of the Great One in combating Glyfnir and the suffocating despair it spreads. And so I pray that you continue to put your faith in our guardians and in me. Would that we could, Elder Setia, but we've been dealing with death and sickness since before Glyfnir's coming. They say that the creeping death's nothing to fear these days, but we know better. One of ours caught it not long ago. We gave her the cure, had plenty on hand, and for a while we thought that it would be alright. But by the time we realized it hadn't done a damn thing, it was too late to call for a conjurer. It was a sad day for all of us when she passed, but for none more so than her poor husband, Supin. He was beside himself with grief, and who could blame him? And then came Glyfnir to compound our woes. Supin? It cannot be. Do you speak of Isura Supin? Isura? No, Supin was an odd one, but no one would mistake him for a Pajal. Supin wasn't even his real name. That be Alinja. Well, his wife was fond of calling him Supin for some reason, and it caught on with the rest of us. I see. And what did LNJ look like? Well, I'd say that he'd seen no more than 30 summers, kept to himself, came and went with nary a word at times, though after he met his beloved, he became more of a fixture, friendly even. His wife was a sickly lass, but she had spirit, but spirit's not enough to beat the creeping death. Pity we couldn't do anything for her. He had finally made a new life for himself here. Thank you for recounting Alenje's story. Sad though it has helped me to better understand how much you all have suffered. I promise that you will have cause to celebrate soon. Until then, I implore you again to place your faith in the elementals and in me. Together we shall overcome this crisis. Despite what he said, I am certain this Alenje was Isura Supin. To think that he was living so close by for all those years, searching for a new purpose and finding true love, only to be robbed of that fulfillment too. Were he still a Pajal, empowered by the elementals, could he have saved her? He would have dwell on the question. Night after sleepless night, I know I would have. Mayhap in the end, he came to blame the elementals for his helplessness, for her death, and in despair was consumed. The animosity would linger and endure, and in vengeance would Glyfnir find his final purpose. We have done all we can to show the Great One the purity of our intent. Let us hope that we will be accepted as friends. Okay, so now we need to go back to the Guardian Tree. So let's go. Stop recording. Gave you a sub on all 6 channels. I appreciate you. Thanks a lot. Part 4. But yeah, so I hope that the gaming news is useful for people who watch it. And the thing is, though, gaming news is subjective. So it's kind of like some videos will get thousands of views, some videos will get 10. Because it's down to the topic that I discuss in the video. Or what is the topic of the day? That side of things I can't control. But I just hope that some people will just find it useful to be informed about everything that's going on. Game announcements and so on. And if there's any like free deals, like free games on Epic Games or whatever, I'm sure to report that as well. So, alright, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we caught up with them at the Guardian Tree. So our supplications cannot have escaped the Great One's notice. May it be enough to receive an audience? So, O Great One, may I abide ever beneath your bows, embraced by your compassion, grace, and wisdom. Be still the fear within your heart, and know that I am your faithful servant. So, all feeling. Passing corruption, refreshed, renewed green, flesh restored. Child of child, covenant honored, friend, friendship, peace. It worked. The Great One speaks through the Elder Seedseer. We were right to follow Durin's example. The corruption is but one aspect of a greater threat. We beseech your help to slay Glypnir. So, profanities spawn, despair's orphan, sadness and anger, sadness, despair, one and all. Poison potent, wounds unmending, withering bark, no strength to share. After all we had done, you deny us? After all the Elder Seedseer has endured? She has pledged herself to you, devoted her life to the Twelswood. The people cried out for salvation, and she answered. The elementals cried out for deliverance, and she answered. Only you can help us now. If you do not, then we are lost. She is lost. Please, I beg you. We beg you. So, what are you doing here? We've been depending on the Seedseers all our lives, blaming them whenever something goes wrong, without ever considering what we might do ourselves. Aye, but no longer. The Elder Seedseer has gone to incredible lengths for her people, and so her people have come to return the favour. If her plea alone is not convincing enough, then we will raise our voices in support. We couldn't let them make the journey without protection. That, and we couldn't let them put us to shame. We too have come to stand with the Elder Seedseer and beseech the Great One for aid. We all want the same thing, don't we? Peace restored to the forest. But please, share what you can, however little. Do not forsake us, do not forsake her. Kani, Covenant's child, walks with man, with elemental, keeper of ancient faith, unbroken. Cannot, will not break faith, to man rendered up flesh. Then you agree to help us? Flesh branches, take and join, to oldest elders, renew bond as one stir. Raise up to heavens, covenant symbol, our staff, all join, all bloom, all peace. My duty weighed heavy on my heart, so heavy that at times I scarce remembered to breathe. For days and nights I worried that I would be found wanting. But by your faith and trust has the path forward been revealed to us. You came hither, united in purpose, and bared your hearts before the Great One. Negridania, is forever in your debt. May I rely on you all once more? I bid you take these branches to every corner of the Twelvewood and join them to the eldest trees, that we might finally win free of this despair. It shall be done, Elder Seedseer. We swear it. Once the trees have been bound together in spirit, I shall carry out the Great One's final instruction and cast his cleansing power all across the Twelvewood. Yet I must remind you, my friends, that Glyphnir still stalks the forest. It will not remain idle. It will attempt to stop us. Go with hope in your hearts, but do not lose sight of the danger. Cool. Alright. Let's finish this off. So I admit, for a moment I thought it wouldn't work, but the Elder Seedseer moved not only the hearts of the people, but that of the forest itself. Her final task appears to be a bit more complicated than the Great One made it sound, and so she must scour the ancient texts before the time comes, and consult with the Seedseer Council to make sure all goes according to plan. It's just as well. We still need to wait until the others have joined the Great One's branches to the many ancient trees scattered throughout the Twelvewood. Then, of course, there is the matter of Glyphnir. He will not go peacefully as we work to hasten his demise. When he comes, we must be ready. Cool. Alright. So, anyway, guys, that's it for this episode. Thank you for watching, and as always, goodbye from me, and goodbye from Mithrie. Bye, guys. Alright, stop recording. Let's see. Part 5. Let me, encode this video, and then we can do some thingies. Some duty roulettes. Let's make some bag space. This paladin stuff I don't need. The paladin is 90 already. Yep. Alright. Bag space. I miss your streams for a few weeks, and you're wearing sunglasses. Yeah, it's because my glasses broke. So let me show you my glasses, and you can see what I'm dealing with. A sec. So here are my glasses, and this is how they broke. And I was trying to fix it with super glue. And for a while the super glue did hold, but it doesn't hold anymore. But now I've used so much super glue that my lenses, you see they're covered in glue, they're all smudged. So that's why I'm wearing these shades, because these shades are actually prescription. But I actually have I have an appointment with the optician literally tomorrow. So I'll order some new ones then, hopefully. But yeah, how you been? Blacksmith. Just because the challenge on was about to proc, so I didn't want to waste the EXP. But yeah, so that's why I'm wearing shades. I hope that makes sense. Oh yeah, I wanted to encode that video. So. So hopefully tomorrow before the stream, because the appointment's at noon my time tomorrow. So I'll let you know when I've ordered new ones. And then, like, what day is it tomorrow? Thursday? It means most likely it'll be next week when I get the new ones. They will not have. I doubt they'll have it ready by Friday if I order them tomorrow. But it's good that it was arranged for tomorrow, because originally the appointment was for the 28th. Like, so by them rearranging it for tomorrow, they're saving me, like, nearly 2 weeks of my life. Okay, let's see. But the plan is, for now, I'll just keep playing 14 while my glasses are balked. And then the next game, I want to do a playthrough of Detroit Become Human to get it back on my Let's Play channel. And then I want to play through a Platinum Cyberpunk, if I can. $71 kills still not lucky. Yeah, that's RNG for you. Because I finally finished the Platinum Trophy for Resident Evil 2 Remake. Took a while, but we got there in the end. Hey, Mom. How you doing? Mom, we're about to do Roulette if you want to join us. When I get to 90 Warrior, then I'm going to switch over to Bard. I just did Trials, but I can join. Cool. Video is encoded. Cool. Close the encoder. Close that. Close that. Delete that. And we finish off the shared fates in Ultima Full as well. I got the shared fates done. Yeah, I want to quickly check the auction house. I don't think I've got the level 90 weapon or warrior. I have it for paladin. For this 581, but I don't have it for warrior. Once you're 90, I'll switch to time. Okay. I will be Bard. Warrior. Where's warrior? Order. Level 90. Why is it? Or is it this one, just high-tech one? No, that's 88. Sorry. 580. Or is this the height? Is it this one? This classical battle axe? Wow. Someone actually put material on it. It is. Okay. Well, if anyone wants to craft this for me, you're more than welcome. If not, I'll just buy it. Okay, let me invite Mum. Invite. I mean, I'm not 90 yet, Don, so I can wait. Alright, you guys ready? Imagine a crafter buying a weapon. I know. I mean, hey, I taught thousands of people how to craft, so I think I'm allowed a little bit of a break, you know? Can't be a healer, so all 90 now. No problem. Okay, let's do 50, 60, 80, 70, 80. Joy. I mean, I say this. Oh, and while I was recording that video, they just announced Greedfall 2. I do need to play Greedfall more. Hydrate a bit. Oh, so Mum, I rearranged my optician. Is tomorrow at noon. So that'll save me like 2 weeks of waiting. Oh. I was gonna say. Oh, glasses. The eye test is. So I won't have to pay for the eye test, but the glasses themselves are not covered. The bird. We're going the right way? Okay. Didn't realise the thing. and stream Chrono Cross today, but it crashed. He gave up. Yeah. I mean, I had to abandon. You remember when I was doing my Final Fantasy VI run? I had to abandon it because it just broke beyond repair. That's why I've said that I just won't do any of the remasters or remakes until they're on PlayStation. Why have emulators? Yeah. Emulation. Back in the day. Yeah. Splat. And I was thinking before, you know, I've been watching Maximilian Dude play through Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm nearly done with that playthrough. Mum, I might literally just watch yours. I like the game enough that I could just watch it again. I'm curious what the, you know, how they're expanding PlayStation Plus, and they want to bring classic games to it. I'm curious what it means for old games, basically. I think they want to do more, like, emulation and stuff. Because let's be honest, when they do streamed games, they're just emulated on a server. I was just closing that tool that causes issues. It's like my favorite game of all time is Zelda 64 Ocarina of Time. And it did come out on the Nintendo Switch, but I heard it launched in a not great state. That's why I avoided it. Even though people have been playing it for flipping ages. Oh, by the way, guys, did you see the that Final Fantasy IX project thing that I retweeted yesterday? It's like a realization of Final Fantasy IX, but not playable. But they made it really modern looking. It's alone on 3DS. Nice. Yeah, literally, I've not played Ocarina of Time since I had a Nintendo 64. Ads. Yeah, I've heard that Twitch is going crazy with the ads these days. Another way to not see ads, you can subscribe. Have you heard of Amazon Prime? I gave you 6 subs, man. Why not let you off it today? But yeah, I personally have Twitch Turbo, so I can watch all of Twitch with no ads, not just individual streamers. And I've got YouTube Premium, so I can watch all of YouTube without any ads. Yeah, they put in countermeasures on Twitch so ad blockers don't work. And to be honest, it's sooner or later, I reckon YouTube will do the same thing. Because in YouTube case, like last year, YouTube made something like $10 billion profit or revenue or whatever. $10 billion they made from YouTube last year. And that's with rampant use of ad blockers. If they found a technology which could stop ads getting blocked, that would be worth billions, literally, on YouTube. Literally billions. So if anyone invents a way to stop ad blockers, try and sell it to YouTube or Google. You might make a lot of money. The right key. I would say that ads are a, let's say, necessary evil. If you don't want to pay, watch ads. You don't have to pay that much. And I'll see ads. In my opinion, anyway. And the price for Twitch Turbo in the UK anyway is about, what was it, $8.99. So it's equivalent to about just over two subscribes. I like having that as an option versus, what's it called? Being subjected to ads every time I go into a stream. But sometimes I engage and bam, and yeah. I mean, you know probably that it's not only you complaining. Oh yeah, it happens, unfortunately. No problemo. Whee! It's blood. Alright, let's go. Just made it. Warrior's crazy, man. Yeah, do we have to find the guy, don't we? Or is that some other one? Uh-oh. Limit break if you want. There we go. GG. Yeah. Alright. So I'm now halfway to 90. Okay, let's now do leveling roulette. Leveling roulette. Join. Do you think leveling roulette? I'm halfway to level 90. Do you think it'll hit me to level 90? I need 5.3 million. I've got 5.5 into the level. It's gonna get you super close. Yeah. I guess we'll see. But RuneScape, yeah. I never played RuneScape back in the day. Ew. Hey man. Living a mason are you, should it, 90? Cool. Leveling an alliance, maybe. Yeah. What about trials? Assuming we don't get some crazy long trial. Yeah. I saw. They even have an Iron Man challenge for thingy, don't they? For 14. I don't think it's something I'll ever do. Because they used to have Iron Man challenges all the time in World of Warcraft. Which is basically like level a character all the way up by using a level 1 weapon and no gear. Without dying. I was in WoW, yeah. Because I saw people streaming it, like Soda Poppin. He did a few Iron Man challenges. We'll say it's surprisingly hard. I remember one year, because you know how Blizzard used to traditionally do the April Fool's jokes, or the April Fool's announcements? It was one year, maybe 3-4 years ago, when they announced hardcore mode was coming to World of Warcraft. Like in Diablo. Like, when your character's dead, your character's dead. It was pretty funny. I mean, I say 3-4 years ago. It wouldn't have surprised me if it was 10 years ago. Boss time. Just don't want anyone to get sweeped. Don't stand next to me. Ow. So yeah, actually move. How about that? Pass. Pass. I wish there was a pass all button, like in World of Warcraft. Or the convert to, what's it called? Convert to resources if no one needs anything. I was okay with it. I mean, I actually hit the gold cap back in Wrath of the Lich King. Back when the gold cap was something like 240,000. I think now it's like 6 million, but back then it was 240k. And there was nothing in the item that was worth even half that. So I used to go around Orgrimmar, like just shouting around. I used to say, first person to find me gets 500 gold. I had so much gold, I didn't know what to do with it. It's a problem I wish I had in real life. My main issue in WoW was that everyone in real life, because I was Horde, everyone I ever met in real life that played WoW played Alliance. And I was sort of like, Alliance, ew. Alliance scum. I was definitely a for the Horde player. So something I said before, I'll say it again. The only thing I really take away from World of Warcraft, what World of Warcraft taught me in detail, was racism. How to hate your fellow man just because of, like, how they're born. Thanks, Blizzard. Yeah, yeah. I knew a guy like that. He would literally do dailies and stuff on like 10 different characters, and he had so much gold he didn't know what to do with it on multiple characters. Now, it's something I did say before, that if they genuinely did add World of Warcraft to Xbox Game Pass, I might actually reinstall that and play again. I think it would be a good fit for Xbox Game Pass. But I do actually have Xbox Game Pass already. So it would be a nice perk. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Like, because I've got, like, 7 retainers, so my monthly fee nearly has doubled from just the standard. But if you look at my characters, I actually need it. Because I used to be very much into grafting. But thankfully all of this is a tax write-off for me because, you know, I'm a full-time gamer. I can write it off against my income on YouTube and Twitch. Seven extra retainers, and all are full. Yeah. Why is it like that though? It's mostly just because of, like, playing this game for like 8 years. You know, things build up and up and up and up and up. And also because we spent a lot of time crafting and gathering. So a lot of my retainers are just filled with crafting and gathering mass I've gathered over the years. If I had to clean them down to 2 retainers, I'm sure I could, but it would not be easy. I've noticed in the last couple of days, by the way, chat, that there's been a lot of game announcements. Don't know if you guys have noticed that. And I think June 8th is the Summer Game Fest. Hopefully we can watch it on stream. Looking forward to that. Even if it's at 2 in the morning, I'll wake up and watch it. Okay, that was a lot of mobs. Cooking mats, crafting mats, gathering mats. Mats from the last expansion, glamour, Ishgard mats, token and relics, dyes, materia, and housing. Yeah. There's a lot of mats in this game. I would say, though, that they mostly are not to waste, let's say. Like 1.0, you would literally pick up materials that had no use at all. It's been vastly improved since then. Wrong button. Let's see if I hit level 90. Stack. I pressed the wrong button. GG. There we go. Yes, level 90. GG. Good job, team. Alright, let's get out of here. I think we're done, Mum, anyway, because I'm going to do the level 90 quest now. So then we'll see what is after. Don, did you make the level 90 axe? So privileged, aren't I? Like, where's my free gear? Nope. Okay. So like, just go ahead and buy it then. Or do you have the mats for it? I don't know if he is. I think Joshua's doing it. Joshua just did it just now. Cool. Right, let me just buy it. Warrior. Let's see, classical battle axe, 88k. Well, okay, I bought it. Alright, so direct hit. Let's see, heaven. I need 2 of these. Just 2, not 20. 12k. Alright, let's get 2 for 12k each. Meld. Oh wow, I can't even meld my gear. How about that? I need to go to the melder. The melder is in the inn, right? Actually doing the gardening? Good. But as I said, so the next class I'm going to level up is Bard. But let me just finish off the tank roll quest first. It's a melder. Oh. Okay, apparently the melder's not here. Or shall I go back to the FC? Find the melder. Do we have a melder in the house? Interior melder. There she is. Meld. Whipped. There we go. Yep, got it. Nice. Alright. Let's go do the level 90 tank roll quest, get that out of the way. And then I'll see where my bard is. I don't even know if I have to do like class quests on bard. It's been so long. In fact, I've got it. I should have it written down. My spreadsheet. Let me take a look. Bard. Yeah, I've not even done the 63, 65, 68, and 70 class quests for Bard. These. I think one thing at a time. Let me do this. You have to do those, yeah. Alright. So, recording in 3, 2, 1. And we're back for another episode. In this episode, we're going to be doing the level 90 tank roll quest in Final Fantasy XIV. And as always, hello from Mithrie. So we are here in Gridania at the Adder's Nest. And we need to talk to the Keeper of Untwined Serpents. The quest is called A Path Unveiled. So the Keeper of the Entwined Serpents is pleased to see you. So, impeccable timing as always, Mithrie, but moments ago, the Elder Seetsier sent word to go and fetch you. She's already on her way and will explain everything herself when she arrives. So, the children of the Twelveswood, both Moogle and man alike, have sailed forth, and branches in hand to this far reaches of the forest. I could have read that worse. Soon their task shall be completed. Though the shadow of death yet looms large, they do allow despair into their hearts. They hold fast to their faith in a brighter future. That do not allow despair. I'm like missing out words completely. We shall see their hope rewarded, and by the grace of the elementals, consign these grim days to memory. We need only succeed in summoning the ermine hedge. You may recall that the Great One's words were muddled and esoteric. I believe it was an instruction to carry out this esoteric ceremony in order to expunge the corruption befouling the forest, that the once-tainted earth may begin to mend. For you see, when the Imrin hedge was formed, it was to protect the Twelveswood from the threats without. The Great One acted as a guardian, embracing the woods to shield them as a father would his child. On this occasion, however, we will call upon it to nourish and revitalize, as a mother nurses her child to make them strong against sickness. In channeling the power of the elementals in this way, we can stem the spread of Glypnir's poison, and the scars of its passing will finally heal. At least that was what the Great One intended to say, I believe. The Seetsier Council agrees that my interpretation and has permitted me to perform the ceremony. I have in my possession a single branch, the final one to be attached to the eldest tree of the Twelveswood. For all that you have done to aid us thus far, I ask that you accept this honor. Who better to set the final stone in this new foundation for everlasting peace? You who sacrifice so much for the sake of others. If we had even a sliver of your courage, we could move mountains. Thank you, my friend. We will find the tree of which I spoke in front of the Levelworkers Guild. Let us depart. Cool. Alright, so let's catch up to Kani-sana. Okay, stop recording. I could have read that worse. I could have tried to read it backwards. Part 1. But yeah, so I have a lot of catching up to do with Bard. I'm looking at my spreadsheet now. I've not done the 70 quests. I've not done the 60 quests even. And I'm guessing this quest until level 80 as well. Yeah, I've not done that either. Right. So yeah, I've got a lot of Bard quests to do. But then again, I need to catch up like 2-3 expansions. Levelworkers Guild. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I haven't done it in so long. Because I said, Bard was my main in Realm Reborn. And I haven't really... I think I played it a little bit in Heavensward, and that's basically it. I haven't touched it since. Alright. Recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we caught up with her. So, look to the bows above. You will see a spot where the bark has been discolored by age and the elements. There you must affix the branch. Yeah, I can jump 20 feet in the air. You ascend the ancient trunk and affix a branch to the guardian tree to the weathered bark as directed by the Elder Seetsier. Yeah. I totally did. You're quite the climber, and with that, all preparations are now complete. Let's return to the Guardian Tree, and with the aid of the Great One, deliver the salvation to the whole of the Twelveswood. Oh, alright. Let's go to the Guardian Tree. Stop recording. Part 1. Now, the good news is... Oh no, sorry, it's part 2. The good news is when it comes to, like, Red Mage, if I do Red Mage after Bard, I've already got it all the way to level 80. And I believe I've done the level 80 quest even. Yeah, so Red Mage would just be a simple case of level it to 90. And then at 85 plus do the magical range quest. Okay, I'll do Red Mage next then, rather than Black Mage. So I'll do Bard next, and then I'll do Red Mage. I've not done the 70 to 80 Dancer quest either, even though my Dancer is level 80. God, I've been lazy. Jeez. Then again, you see me, I actually record every quest. It's a lot of work to record every quest in the game. Every job quest, even. In the long run, it'll be worth it. Especially if I get them all online and put on my website, but still. It's a work in progress. Are we done with Roulette? We are, yeah. If you want to leave. I'm probably going to have to disband anyway, because I have a fight. Alright. Let's do this fight. So, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we're at the Guardian Tree. Let's talk to Kanisana. So, if it is truly Isura's lingering resentment for the elements that drives the blasphemy, then it will surely come. For the sake of the man he was, I must try to appeal to his reason. But should I fail, then I will have no recourse but to fight. Regardless, this day we shall bid farewell to Glyphnir. Okay, commence battle for a Path Unveiled. So, through the branches of the Guardian Tree, the Twelveswood is becoming as one. In summoning the Ermine Hedge, every elm of the sacred lands will be imbued with the Great One's nourishing aether. The forest will be empowered to heal itself, to break free of Glyphnir's despair. The ceremony is complex and delicate, and I must maintain focus. I trust you will do what is necessary to see that I am not interrupted. Glyphnir comes. Defend the Elder Seatia. Huh. Look, it's a behemoth. Moo. So, are the elementals so deserving of your scorn? Do you hate me too for my horns? I knew a boy once. A boy called them gifts, symbols of the blessings he resolved to share with the world. Yet the beast before me now brings naught but misery and death. Marks its victims with chains to bind and condemn. To share in its suffering, I was not there for you then, but I am there for you now, to unmake what you have become. I shall begin the ceremony. Stand fast and remember what we fight for. Who does she think she is, Yuna? Right. Oh. Just made it. Oh, dang it. Well, I wonder if there's anything I could have done to stop that. I don't know how to interrupt that. Like, if he does it twice more, she's dead. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. Okay, apparently I suck. Chat, what was I doing wrong in that fight? Because I couldn't heal her, because I'm not Paladin. Was I supposed to do something else? I was DPSing as quick as I could. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. editing. Like when they have the red casting by, like I said, I literally have no idea what you're supposed to do. Not a clue. Don't know if you can interrupt it. Do I stand in the way? Let me get up and stretch. Wait a sec. I think. Alright, I'm just going to go again. Let's try again. I'll just edit the video. Okay, there we go. So far, so good. Okay, let me use cooldown. Psych. Not supposed to stand in the way. If landing doesn't work. I literally have got no idea what I'm supposed to do there. jeez. What am I supposed to do? You said use interject. What the fuck is interject? Is it on my hotbar, for example? I have never heard of interject in my entire life. I've played this game for 8 years. I've never heard of interject, ever. What the fuck is interject? Let me look at my skills. Rolls, actions. Inner chaos. Upheaval. It's a roll ability. Interject. Interrupts the use of the... Okay. Yeah, I literally have never ever heard of it. I've never used it. I've never anything. Okay, so I've got it now. So let me try again. So I use it every time he has a red bar. I use interject. All right, let's go. Okay, let's go. Let's face Glyphnir. Okay, cool down. Oh. Got out fine. And let's interrupt. Dropped again. So we're protecting Kanisana while she's doing the thing. The interject can interrupt those casts. Is this skill right here. Corrupt again. It seems to be doing an AoE. Bring them over. Okay, so far so good. Uh-oh. Okay. To rob him, if I have him selected. Okay, let's go. I'll assume it's now rinse and repeat. Okay. Gift your Aether to Kanisana. Of course, I was interrupted. I guess that's scripted. I guess it was supposed to happen. I mean, he needs help. He's dying.
By the grace of the elementals!
Doink. Poked him.
By the light of the crystal!
Sorry, Kanisana. To take one for the team.
I shall ease your hurts.
Lethal poison.
Be gone with you! What's will be done?
Nearly there. Wow, 0 deaths, first try. I'm just that good. So, though Sacred Soil and Azure Skies may your compassion flow and swell to banish the darkness. So, receding terror, blissful quiet. Blessing, covenant preserved, now and always, child of child. Honor and gratitude unending. So, for we as well, honor and gratitude unending, we could not have overcome the blasphemy without your aid. In your everlasting grace, I pray you continue to guide we children to the forest. In your boundless mercy, I pray you forgive the lost and forsaken who succumb to despair. And rip. To you, my dear Isora, I promise I shall never forget your words of wisdom. Ours is indeed a gift of... sorry, hang on. Ours is indeed a gift and a blessing, and a duty to our people I will uphold. Until my final breath, this I swear. Cool. I'm guessing to fully finish this off, we're going to have to return to Radzahan. Talk to Kanisana. Thank you, Mithrie. The Great Cleansing could not have succeeded without you. The Blight has been purged, and the blasphemy beast which bore it laid low. The sacred wood that once held its breath in fear now breathes a long sigh of relief. I must return to Redania and my regular duties as Elder Seer, but I should be glad if you could call upon me there. That is, if I am to impose upon you one final time. Thank you, I promise not to detain you at length. Let us meet at the Lotus Stand. Alright, let's go to Afika's altar. 0 deaths, first try. Yeah, I know that the ability has been in the game for a long time. I've never, ever needed to use it until today. That's probably a problem. That's probably why they added that in. They probably know that no one ever used it ever. Not unless I was supposed to be using it this whole time and I never did. Whoops. Which is the most likely, like, situation, right? Let's see. You didn't use it, and the cooldown most of the time. Yeah, I didn't. Alright, well, I guess that's what these quests are for, is to teach you, right? Alright. Let's continue. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we made it. So the other city awaits you within. Shall I escort you to her? Sure. So the Great One's aether flows all throughout the Twelves Wood, purging the last vestiges of Glyfnir's poison. The surviving wounded are no longer in danger and have begun to recover at long last. We have much cause to rejoice, in no small part because of you, my friend. On behalf of Gridania and myself, allow me to thank you yet again for your tireless efforts in bringing Glyfnir to heal. You went above and beyond the call of duty for the sake of our people and their homeland. You were inspiring to behold, and not for the first time, I must say. So, forgive me, Elder Seeds here, but with this crisis behind us, I would suggest a new course of action. Oh, and what would that be? Rest. In all our time together, I have never seen you so hard-pressed. Surely you are wary and could benefit from a brief respite. I appreciate your concern, my friend, but I cannot. Will not. One day, perhaps, but not this day. But, Elder Seeds here. Recent events have given me cause to reflect upon my past, upon lessons I once thought I had taken to heart. When I did not yet understand the duty with which I had been entrusted, when these horns of mine were but chains binding me to a destiny I did not choose, 'twas Isora who taught me to appreciate the gift I had been given. Had he not been there to help me keep to the proper path, where would my errant feet have taken me instead? He was perhaps the first, but he would not be the last. My brother and sister and countless other kind souls, through their words and their support, have also helped me to continue to find a way forward, even when I thought there was none. 'Tis by opening our hearts to one another that we, in turn, open new paths, that we can conceive out of greater opportunities and brighter futures. All who live within Gridania are deserving of these gifts, and so I must always be there for them, that together we may journey in safety through darkest night. So, not tempted to live wild and free like an adventurer? You don't desire a life for yourself outside of your duties? It is not without its appeal. I recall fondly the few occasions I have travelled beyond. Our time together in the churning mist left a lasting impression. If ever there came a time when I need to no longer serve as Elder Seeds here, I should like very much accompany you on another adventure. Regardless of what the future has in store, my present course is clear. So long as we perchance serve as a bridge between man and elemental, Gridania can weather any storm. And so I will continue to walk hand in hand with my people and my patrons, along a path that we discover together. Nice, GG. Alright. So, though the blasphemy is no more, and there are still administrative matters to resolve, if it's not too much to ask, could you bring word of these recent events to our delegate in Radahan? It has been an honor and a pleasure, my friend. May the elementals watch over and keep you. Cool. Alright, let's go to Radzahan and finish this off. Oh wow, it's 6:45 already. So I guess I literally will finish this quest off and that'll be it for the day. Part 5. And then tomorrow I can start on the Bard quest, assuming that the optician goes smoothly. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday I will work on the trying to bring as many story videos to the website as possible. The Mithrie.com. But yeah, so that's a game plan at least. So after this, we'll do Bard, try and get Bard finished at 90, and also the ranged physical DPS quests, which are this guy, I believe. Yeah, physical range DPS, and then after Bard is done, I will do Red Mage, so I can finish off the magical range. And yeah, like when you finished all the side quests, all these role quests, there must be, I'm assuming, another series after, right? Like the Void series in Shadowbringers. Anyway, let me start recording. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we made it back to Radzahan. So welcome back. I pray that you have brought glad tidings. Glyfnir is slain. You brought joy to me on an otherwise uneventful day. Otherwise, I had complete faith in your success, but had begun to worry ever so slightly when you did not return as quickly as I anticipated. I shall report your success to the envoys at once. If we have further need of you, I pray you will answer our call. Cool, that's complete. So you can now dye your job-specific gear for level 90 tanks. Nice. And I got more than death achievement. So anyway, guys, that's it for this episode. Thank you very much for watching, and as always, goodbye from me, and goodbye from Mithrie. Bye, guys. Done. So yeah, so now all the tank stuff is done. I've done the physical, because I did it on Reaper. I've done the tank one. I've done the healing one, because I did it on Sage. So now it's just left physical ranged and magical ranged. Yeah. Well, that was a good day. And we obviously need to edit that video, because I've made a lot of mistakes. But with editing, you'll never know. Only the people in the stream will know. But yeah, so if I stream tomorrow, then that's how I will start. I will go on Bard, and then I'll see what quests I need to do to catch up with Bard. So... repair. Now, given that I still have a few level 70s, I'm going to assume that most of these quests need to be done, or level 70 to 80. But once I get all of them to 80, then the 80 to 90 grind, it might actually be boring, would you agree? If I've already done all the role quests? It'll just be a case of just level up. Next class. Alright. Those. So I'm going to edit that video quickly, then go chill for the rest of the day. I'll upload them to YouTube. And yeah, so I'll let you guys know how the optician goes tomorrow. Do you really want to do more videos? I mean, it's what I was saying before, Don, that if I put them on the website properly organized, properly characterized, I'll have a reason to do it. I'll have more than one reason. So to make sure that they're not missing from the website. So yeah. All right, guys. I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow. No, between 80 and 90. You want to do more? Oh, yeah. No, not really. Like, thankfully, they're already done. See you guys. I'll let you know how the optician goes. Bye. Bye, bye, bye. Bye.